Well, hey there. I'm a music teacher about to listen to the Undertale Yellow soundtrack for the very first time. I've never heard it before in my life. So with that said, let's jump in and take a listen to what's going on here. Here we go. Starting with Once Upon a Truthful Time. Let's check it out. Different already. Ooh. I wonder why I froze there for a second. I was doing some hard thinking. I'll tell you what I was thinking in a second. Yeah. So, Once Upon a Truthful Time is interesting. It mirrors Once Upon a Time's ABC structure at the form level. There's the first part, do, 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 and then it goes, in the original one, do, 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 right, and at the end it goes, do, 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 do. Here, it doesn't quite do that. It does start off, I mean, note for note, going after the melody. I will tell you, I've never heard this before, but I did a little research before jumping in here. And there was some kerfuffle around the copyright of Undertale Yellow. I mean, not to mention the fact that it literally has the font and it says Undertale. But anyway, point is, what is copyrightable about music? It's not the chords. It's also not the arrangement. It is the melody. And then if there's lyrics, it's also going to be the lyrics. And so when you have a melody that goes do, 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 that is copyrightable. And the fact that this copies it, I understand why there was a bit of a kerfuffle around that. If you're going, what on earth is a kerfuffle? I don't know. But it's not peachy keen, sweet sailing, everyone's chill, is what a kerfuffle is. I mean, it's what it isn't. And that is called an inverse definition. We're going to keep rocking and rolling here with Ruins. Nice. Now this is really the C section of Once Upon a Time. But this is a little more syncopated, huh? Well, a little more. It is syncopated. As opposed to being not syncopated. Okay, hold on. Let me explain this to you. Okay, so when I say this is syncopated versus not syncopated. So, in the third section of Once Upon a Time by Toby Fox, you hear do 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 do, and you see how every time I'm singing a note, my hand's going up and down. There's no variation. Every time my hand moves, it's predictable that there's going to be a new note. Dot 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 dot. That is not syncopated. Syncopation is when you break the expected rhythmic pattern. And what we could hear was indeed a breaking of the expected rhythmic pattern, at least expected for all of us who've listened to the Undertale soundtrack before. Right there. Don't instead of don't. That's syncopated because it's breaking the expected pattern. There you go. You just learned something. Give yourself a pat on the back and say, good job. Good job. Okay. Here we go. Making adjustments. How's the music mix, chat? Malt Realm, you're way ahead of it. So something I'm loving already is basically, so far, I'm only 3 tracks into it, but it's like Remix City. We're hearing all these motifs, and indeed, not just motifs, but themes, larger than motif, more motifs upon motifs. I have seen the light, and the light is a motif. It's a light motif. I'm trying to be I don't know if I'm being funny. That's going to be up for you to decide, and whatever. Point is, we're hearing so much really cool content from different pieces reused here in different places than they were in the original game, and kind of remixed and funkified a little bit. You know, syncopation where there wasn't syncopation. That type of thing. Let's keep on rocking. By the way, SpongeBob Guy says, where can I recommend video game OSTs for you to react to? What you can do is you can support the channel by doing a super chat, or you can do a donation in the video description. No, I think I took it out of the video description. So yeah, super chat would be the way to do it. In the super chat, you just say what video game you want me to do. And by the way, if we get someone do the math for me. What minus 30% is 300? You're like, hang on, I thought this was a music stream. I don't know, I was after someone here's really good at math. I know it because I know my audience. Someone here's really good at math. What minus 30%? X minus 30% is 300. What is that? Okay, let's keep it rocking while someone does that math. Thank you in advance with Enemy Approaching. Okay, so that was cool. Enemy approaching. Was that okay? Because now I'm losing my North Star here in term. Well, as if I remember all the track names. I don't, but I know that was pretty much. We heard those ideas in Undertale because I've played it twice. I did neutral and I did pacifist. I did not do the other one, whatever one that one's called. They're like you have to, you know, the word that starts with a K and ends with an L. Everyone, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. Anyway, let's keep on rocking. I mean, there's a small thing, just like those like slightly attitude bells that sit there. Yeah, exactly, Guitar Assassin. Those are added in. Yeah, so Neodymium says, I hear some dissonance. Neodymium, you're onto something because the dissonance you're hearing comes from that bells or chimes instrument we hear in the background that is, well, it's a little out of tune. Out of tune. Okay, I'm not even going to do a preamble here. I'm going to call it out of tune. There you go. For the purposes of this conversation, A440 is everything. And that's... I'm not even gonna, whatever. Back to here. Now, focus. Okay, so where was I? Doesn't matter. Little out of tune. It was a bell sound. Let's keep going. Ah, this also does sound like Ruins. Reverb might be a little bit different. Left hand sounds different, right hand sounds similar. How groovy. So, I keep hitting the wrong button because it's jumping around on me. Hey, that was really cool. So, chat, I'm curious. We heard more sort of remixing going on in the first two tracks. I'm hearing substantially less, you know, new additions to stuff here. Substantially less new addition. I do not have enough boy bands. And it's a new addition. It's a boys band. You probably don't even... it's, yeah. I feel old. Anyway. So, tell me, are we going to have more sort of mashup-y things here, or is this about where it's going to go? You tell me. I'm interested to know. And in the meantime, I do doff my hat to and say, howdy, howdy. Isn't this, hi, I'm Timmy, or Tammy or something? Oh, it's Flowey. Oh, yes, see the heart. Yeah, I remember that. I fell for that. Tammy. Thank you, Rubberman. Yes, I did mean Tammy. You know, Tammy. Listen to one more before I talk again. Yes. Love it. Oh yes, ruins are back. A+. This is awesome. Okay, some actually really fascinating stuff going on in the harmony there. Now, that melody, I don't think we ever heard that melody harmonized that way in the actual Undertale game. And if you're wondering what harmonize means, well, I'll give you a very simple example, and then we'll talk about this. So we could take something like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. By the way, how's the guitar volume? Okay, type a 2 in the chat if that guitar is loud enough or it needs to come up a little. Yeah, needs more volume? Okay. Better? Can you hear that now? Type of 3 if that's better. That's better now. All right, cool. So, look, we have Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Now, at a very basic way, we could think about the chords that would go along with it. And by the way, real quick, a note is going to be one of these sounds, or one of these sounds, one of these sounds, one of these sounds, one of these sounds. Those are all notes. Now, what happens is we get chords by combining notes together and making them happen at the same time. So when I'm saying we harmonize something, we're going to get a bunch of notes and make them happen at the same time. And in this case, I'm going to leave the note that's the melody as the highest note because your ears actually have an easier time hearing what the highest note is. So I'm going to say... So in that case, I played the melody and the chords I played, I harmonized it with some major chords. Now, I could take that same melody and listen to the way it sounds now. Very different, right? You can still recognize it's the melody of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, but gosh, it sounds really different. So that's what we mean by reharmonizing. We're going to change the chords underneath the melody. So what we can hear in this example is the idea of the Ruins melody, and the Ruins melody is being harmonized to the 4, and I don't recall if it goes to the 4 in Undertale or not, but I'm pretty sure it didn't do all the rest of the stuff it did. Was like, it didn't do dee do 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 do. It goes to the flat 7. Do dee do do do. Hold on. If we started on B flat, it was gonna be the 6 of. Yeah, something like that. And you might say, well, that last chord doesn't sound right. Yeah, I don't disagree. Because then they did, if I'm not mistaken, the same chord progression again, but this time starting on F minor. And if you're going again, yeah, that last chord doesn't quite sit the same way the others do, I would agree with you. And it's still an interesting chord progression. And the goal is not to have the melody to sit with the chords. That's just one feature that can happen, and a feature can also be that the melody doesn't sit with the chords. It's not a bug necessarily that the melody doesn't sit with the chords. That can also be a feature. All right, let's keep on rocking and rolling. I thought using bug and feature language with you would be useful because, you know, you're a technically gifted person and you understand what that means, right? So there you go. All right, let's keep it rocking and rolling. And technically gifted, maybe technically experienced. Yeah, who knows? All right, let's check out Justice. A feature. A little late to the party there. Yeah, what a cool chord progression. So it's going in the key of A flat minor 1. Sorry me, which is my way of saying excuse me and sorry at the same time. We have flat 6, flat 7 to 1, flat 6, flat 7 to 1, flat 6, flat 7. Ooh, 6 major, back to flat 6 major to 4 minor to flat 7, back to Juan. So cool. All right, let's keep it rocking. Shout out Charlie. Ah, that was gorgeous and a lot of fun. That was beautiful. At the very top, what we heard was, like, as far as I could tell, E minor 7 down to a D minor 7. And who doesn't like an E minor 7 going down to a D minor 7 on a Saturday afternoon? You're watching this on demand, you're going, hey, it's Tuesday! What are you talking about? Yeah. I know. Okay, let's keep it going. Okay. Real quick. All right. Here we go. Take 2. Take 3. 2, 3, 4. Oh, it is speeding up, isn't it? Oh! But that's off the battle theme. I'll explain that in a second. Now, I saw some in the chat say they really nailed that Halloween feel, and I don't know why, is what I saw in the chat. Well, type of 3, if you'd like me to break down a couple of the aspects of what makes this sound Halloweeny, or, as you might say, spoopy. Let me know if that's something you'd like to know. If not, let's just go check out the next one. Okay, well, there's a couple things. Number one, if we listen to the way that it's set up, good job, Donald. Donald Umbara says organ. Number one, that is a contributing factor. No doubt, Cub Scout, the fact that there's an organ playing. Now, you could also have an organ playing and it sounds like gospel music. So the organ's not by itself going to do it. However, what the organ plays, that has to do with it too. Also, what the entire rhythm section is doing, this kind of like, chromatic, but also this harmonic minor sounding thing that's going in there too as well. And then it's also this kind of like On top of that, you have a meme in your mind of Halloween music that's been made up of people making music that sounds like Halloween music, but Halloween music didn't sound like Halloween music until someone decided what Halloween music was going to sound like, and now you know what Halloween music sounds like, but that's not really what Halloween music sounds like. That's just what someone decided Halloween music sounds like. There is no actual Halloween music, right? There's just a meme. A musical meme. So we're also hearing a bit of a musical meme here. In the same way that if I play you some music that's meant to be deep underwater and I say, does this sound like we're doing music in outer space? A lot of the time you'd say yes. And a lot of time music for outer space sounds like it's, for deep underwater. It's because we get these memes in our head based off these cliches of what something quote unquote should sound like, and then we end up saying, oh, this sounds like that, because biologically it's so much easier to pull the intellectual ripcord and just take the easy path of distortion, deletion, and generalization, which is what brains do when left to their own devices. Wow, that turned into a little bit of a rant, and with that, let's go on to the next piece. It's called House Guest. Exactly, Timmy. Also, India is hot, so I don't know what to tell you. Now, also, sometimes music memes are justified. Like, you hear Indian classical music instruments being played for places that are hot. It's like, yeah, well, India's hot. I've got news for you. It's like, accurate. Now, on top of that, I was at a masterclass for a guitarist who back in the day was playing, he was the session guitarist for a lot of movies back in the day. And he had this one little riff thing he did. And so what would happen is he'd go in and, this is back in the day when it was a little bit more rough and ready in terms of creating the music for a movie or for TV. And like the producer would go, all right, I need something that's going to be like Egypt. And he'd play this one flowery thing. And it's like, oh yeah, that's perfect. And then he'd go in there like 3 days later and be a different producer. And they're like, I need something that's about finding a magical temple in the middle of the jungle. And he'd play the thing he played for Egypt 2 days ago. And he'd be like, oh yeah, that's perfect. And so it's also like the music memes that are created that are in our minds also come from a couple of like ludicrously talented musicians who like found one thing that worked and then just kept on doing it to feed themselves and their families in music studios. And then everyone else was like, okay, I guess that's it. And now we're here. So hunting down where memes come from for different things is a fun and interesting task, and I just thought I'd give you that little thing. All right, let's keep it rocking with Organ Demo. Okay. So that was a rendition of Scott Joplin's The Entertainer. Scott Joplin wrote The Entertainer, right? Was it someone else wrote The Entertainer? I think it was Scott Joplin. Entertainer. Anyway, here we go. Snowfall and the Snowfall. Yes. Oh. Yes, sir. Gorgeous. Keep it rocking. Oh, that was really cool. We'll break down the next one. We got a ways to go. Now, an interesting connection that I just made is that that music, now, that sounded like the same it was, I know how English works. That sounded like it was in the same key as it was in Undertale. Now, I don't have perfect pitch by any stretch. But if that is in the same key as it is in Undertale, what's interesting is that's actually similar chord progression and harmony to the Pokemon main theme. Also the Pokemon battle theme that's also in the key of G minor, if I'm not mistaken, or was that in the key of E minor? One of the generations it's in G minor as well. I wonder if there's a connection there. That's interesting. Let's keep it going. Birds of a feather. Now, someone just highlighted in the chat, Semi-Seer, official, said all the devs made, well, the people who were composing actually made most of the stuff when they were teenagers. I will tell you that the mix on a lot of these is like pretty good. Now, you can hear everything like pretty well, and it's pretty well balanced. And that's not bad for teenagers, as far as I'm concerned, if whatever my opinion counts for. I'm by no means some type of arbiter on quality of... I don't know. I was trying to back that down. I was trying to... I was trying to be humble. And the fact that I didn't do a very good job of it, I think shows that I could use some more practice. I was like, trying to be humble and was like, wasn't working. Something to work on. Here we go. Yeah, Sonic and Knuckles. We need a Knuckles rap on this. I love right at the end, the woo, come on. That was amazing. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours if it's right. Sorry. I'm not sorry. You're welcome, actually. Quick story. So back in the day when I was earning my money by teaching guitar lessons and then playing guitar in bands, like in bars and restaurants in northern New Jersey, I was playing with this fun band, and I don't know what got into me. One of my conditions of joining the band, I'm literally not making this up, and I do not know what got into me. One of my conditions of joining the band and playing with them was that during the set break, at the start of the set break, I could get up and in an English accent do a Shakespearean rendition of My Milkshake Brings All the Boys to the Yard. I'm not kidding. And so I would get up after, so we play music for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. You know, we're playing covers, you know, the Stevie Wonder stuff, like everything you'd hear in a bar. And at the set break, I would literally get on a microphone, look an entire room of people dead in the eye and do what I'm about to do for you. I'm not kidding. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Yeah. We've come a long way, baby. Come a long way. All right. Shuffling. Whoa! Ah. So something we're seeing here that we did not see, if I recall correctly, in Undertale are something we could call tempo modulations. And also modulations of key. I can't think of a time there's a modulation in key in Undertale. It doesn't mean there wasn't. It just means I can't think of one. Now, what do I mean by tempo modulation? Well, it means that the song speeds up or slows down, but in these cases, it speeds up. In the Halloween meme, there was like a gradual speed up. I call it a tempo ramp. I think other people also call it a tempo ramp. I'm not saying that's like I'm not saying like I invented it. I'm saying I call it a tempo ramp. I call it a tempo ramp where it's like the tempo slowly and evenly increases, whereas here we heard jumps in the speed. And if you couldn't hear it, I invite you to go back and re-listen to what we just listened to. If you're watching this on demand, just rewind a little bit and listen for the moments where it actually speeds up. All right, let's keep it rocking and rolling with Relaxation. Nice. Oh yes, motif, let's go. Theme. Yes, sir. Now, I'm not sure the names that everyone has for the different motifs, but I will tell you that the I call that the C section from Once Upon a Time, right? Because that's the first time you hear it in order, if I'm not mistaken, in the original Undertale soundtrack. And by the way, if you want to make your own music and you're a gamer, I want to invite you. I've put a pinned comment and a pinned thing in the chat, and also in the video description, a link where I'm going to give you a whole bunch of free stuff to get you started creating your own music. I've got a couple programs called the Gamer Music Creator Guild and Quest Tone, where we actually help gamers who want to create their own music do just that. And we've got some really incredible results we've gotten so far this year, and you can go check all that out. And before you do that, just get the free stuff and see that it works. So there you go. Whole bunch of free stuff there. We help gamers create their own music. That is literally what we do all day, every day. So go ahead and check that out. All right. Let's keep it going with Honeydew Cabin. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna call that C motif. No, that's Snowdin. Excuse me, that's not C motif. What am I saying? Yeah. I'm not gonna call that C motif. That's Snowdin, isn't it? Now I'm messing the names up. That's okay, we'll figure it out. Great, Snowdin. Right, Snowdin. So it's really cool to hear that Snowdin motif brought back, which I'm now gonna. Well, I'm not gonna promise you I'm gonna get it right for the rest of the stream. Like we're gonna be here for a minute, and I've already had 2 conversations today where I had to make it clear that I was not in fact a goldfish because I immediately forgot something after someone told it to me. Anyway, it's been a busy couple of days. I don't know if you ever had a busy couple of days and then your brain is kind of like mush. I feel a little mush. I was actually redesigning the entire website for like our gamers thing. And I did a really good job, objectively speaking. And also my brain is mush. I'm going to pop it in the chat, you can see. Like I did it, like I did that. That's not bad. I was also copying someone, but hey. I'm going to take credit. Okay. I like copying someone else's layout. Okay, let's go with Honeydew Ruins. Ruins. Now that's a metric modulation. It's also the Ruins melody. Someone just asked me on my 4th of July. If you're watching this, we're taping this on the 5th of July. And in the United States, we have a celebration on the 4th of July, which is Independence Day. If you want to know what I did for Independence Day, I will tell you. I spent 8 hours, 41 minutes working on the website, and then 2 hours, 37 minutes working on Shopify. For a total of 11 hours and 18 minutes of on-task time. That is what, that's how my 4th of July went. If you want to know how my 3rd of July went, 13 hours and 3 minutes working on websites and new offers, 44 minutes reviewing financials, 37 minutes working on a secret book, which I'll tell you more about in a little bit. So when I say my brain's feeling a little bit like mush today, that's why. It's 2 days in a row of just like cranking it out. All right. That's like Star Wars. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I posit to you. Posit? Whatever. I'm trying to just get fancy. I'm trying to get fancy with mush braid, which is never going to work out. Well, it could work out. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I put it to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury of YouTube, Honeydew Hideaway is really the cantina from Star Wars Episode 4. Also, if these guys were making this music when they were teenagers, they were like playing, someone was playing a lot of jazz. Because the quoting that's going on there, the sophistication of the harmony, I'm not saying the harmony is sophisticated, I'm saying this level of sophistication of the harmony is like, yeah, someone was playing jazz. Someone was in jazz band. Someone was like, yeah. Someone was playing jazz. If not someone's. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say. Right? Because it's like you listen to Classy Jitto's stuff, and when I was talking to Classy Jitto on my podcast, at Classy Jitto Pizza Tower, and I was talking to Classy Jitto, and Classy Jitto was like, yeah, I mean, in high school, I took there were some music theory classes, and like, I know what a major 7 chord is. And you can hear when someone knows that stuff, there's a way that they use it. There you go. That, when we heard that in Undertale, it was crazy sped up. What was that we heard? What's the name of that in Undertale? Help me out, chat. Dog Song. Right, it is Dog. Honeydew Bark. It's all coming around. You know, it took me a second, but I got there. Bark like a dog. Right. right, it's looping. Oh, and it's over. Hey, one thing to break down there, a pretty cool chord progression. We had 1 to flat 6 to 4 in first inversion. Excuse me, to flat 7. 1 to flat 7 to 4 in first inversion to flat 6, back to flat 7, back to 1. Cool stuff. Yeah, and then a modulation in there too. Such a pretty chord. I call that the Rivers in the Desert chord. Because it was... Rivers in the land, ran up the skin, ran out the load, shin out the load. It's now or it's never. And I've got to listen to Aviation. This time could be my moment. Do we listen to Protocol? We'll listen to it after this. That was pretty. Ooh. That rhythm motif. Gorgeous. I loved it. Gwen, Lord of Cinder is really interesting. Remind me to talk about that in a second. Now, yeah, off topic for a second here. Don't leave me. Is Gwyn Lord of Cinder. What's so interesting about that piece is it's piano solo the whole way through. There might be a synth in there. No, I think it's just piano the whole way through. I think it's an ah. And I was looking at that for a project that for now shall remain remain nameless. I know how English works. And I was looking at it. I was looking for an example of through composed pieces in video game music. And if I recall, it was almost through composed. There was one part that came back either in the middle or towards the end. But yeah, really, really awesome piece of music. And it's like one of those things where it's just like, it's just awesome. It's just an awesome piece of music. Let's check out Vigorous Terrain. You think that's Flowey? Sub bass there a second. Listen to that sub bass. You're not going to hear it. You might not hear it unless you have headphones on. Quick technical issue here. There you go. Nice. Man, I really loved those voices coming in. That choir sounded amazing and really started to build that energy up. That was really cool. Let's keep it rocking. Yes. Ah. You know what I'm really loving? Like, the mix, guys. The mix is pretty good. For teenagers? Alright. I don't know, if the person who was talking before, who was actually involved in the testing of the game, what age was everyone when they were mixing this? That's what I want to know. And I also want to know who mixed this. These are things I want to know. Thank you. Da da dee da da. Yeah, Master Xing, yeah. Ah. Absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous, darling. Gorgeous. Keep it rocking. Gorgeous. Loved it. Orchestra hit spotted. Now, one of the chord progressions we just heard in DANZA was 1 to flat 7 to flat 6 to 5. Okay. I'm just gonna adjust my pedal board here. That's better. I'm really enjoying this music. It is top-notch, top quality. I mean, you know, fan game, not fan game, this music is really... It's good stuff. I had no idea what to expect. You know, and I'm thinking fan game like duct tape and, you know, duct tape and spit holding the whole thing together, and this is... Yeah. This is solid. Like, really. Like, this music is solid. Hopes and dreams. Nice. Absolutely gorgeous. Loved it. The poll is currently 279 votes. So we're going to let another 31 votes go through, and then we're going to end the poll. Another 20 votes. 20, 15. 14. If you're a lurker, lurkers, vote in the poll. I can't see your name if you vote in the poll. I cannot see you. You are not outing yourself. You can still lurk safely. There we go. Okay. All right, results of the first poll are in. Best music is, we have the winner, Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4, 53%. Honestly, I'm surprised. Undertale Yellow and Undertale coming at 90%. Now, you're going to say, look, 300 people, that's not statistically significant. And I agree with you. 300 people is not statistically significant. That is still interesting to see it going in that direction. All right, let's check out the next, which is called Café Dune. Ah. Gorgeous. Delicious. Oh, North Star! This is why when I said North Star, y'all were like... You don't know about the hammer of Juctus? You know, the hammer of Juctus? Ooh. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Oh yeah. Oh, come on now. Sick. Isn't this what we just heard, but different instruments? I'm gonna take a guess that the next 4 tracks are all the same, just different instruments. We're skipping. Yeah, this is just good music. The whole thing. It's good. It's like well done. You know, to create music like that, it doesn't take $0. It takes a couple dollars to get it right, or it takes a lot of time, right? Because if you're mixing and mastering all of that, that takes time. Like, this has all been high quality stuff, man. Like, really. Like, truly. Potato Bear, what's the difference between a B and a C? For that matter, what's the difference between an A and a B? Amazing. I'm finding something for you here. Okay, so I want to talk to you about what self-taught actually means. So there are very few people that we have music recordings of who are actually self-taught. What do I mean by that? When you're self-taught, you do not have access to books, you do not have access to other people's music, and you do not have access to videos. You have access to literally no information, and then you actually teach yourself what it is, which is different than an autodidact, who is someone who actually uses available information to teach themselves. The delineation and the difference you can hear and see with a band called the Shaggs, S-A-G-G-S, which was, I believe it was the Wiggins family. And basically what happened was they did not listen to any other music, and they just made up their own stuff. And I've got the name right, which I think I do. You can go listen to the music, and it is unique, to say the least. So I think that there's this myth that goes along with the idea of someone being self-taught, of like, oh, they figured out. Yeah, they did figure it out themselves, but they didn't teach themselves. Like, it's very different. It's like someone teaching themselves bigger words with a dictionary. It's like, you had the dictionary, you didn't make up the words, right? And I think that's the difference. So it doesn't take anything away from the person's drive and the results that they've got and the dedication that they put into it. No doubt. Like, I'm a self-taught web designer, right? I never took a web design class. I never took a Adobe InDesign class or an Adobe Illustrator class or a Photoshop class, but I go on the internet and I figure it out, right? So I don't consider myself self-taught. I consider that I'm like a self-starter and I go find resources and use them. Does that make sense? So an example. Right, exactly. Chris, you just have a piano and nothing else. And you never listen to music. And you don't have any, like, you literally just have a piano and you invent music. Basically, you reinvent music from scratch because you have no concept of what other music sounds like. You invent your own music. Oh yeah. So, what we just heard there was a whole bunch of hanging out on F. And then major, F major, E major, E flat major, D major, F major, E major, E flat major, D major. Pretty cool stuff. Descending major chords. Keep it rocking. Do it. So the chord progression we're hearing here, basically the whole way through, in the key of F minor, is 1 minor, flat 7 to flat 6 to 5 all major. I'm gonna do it without the headphones. And that last one I did made it a dominant 7 at the end. Hey, if you like understanding how music works and actually want to create your own music, we have a program called the Gamer Music Creator Guild. I'd like to invite you to go ahead and apply for it. Yeah, you can apply for the Gamer Music Creator Guild. We take gamers who have some music experience, even no music experience, and we get them to create professional music and release it in an average of, check this out, 70.6 days. That's 70.6 days right now is our current average. By the time you watch this video, it may be a little bit higher, maybe a little bit lower. We get gamers with zero experience in 70.6 days to go from never having written music to actually releasing their music on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music. And if you want to check out some of our programs, I'm going to put a link in the chat. You can click on that and check that out. So I'm going to pop that in there and click on that, bookmark it, save it, and again, I invite you to apply. It is by application only. We have strict acceptance criteria. This is not just for everyone. And you can go ahead and check it out. All right, y'all. Let's keep it rocking in the free world with the straw. Ah, I'm loving this OST. Type a 4 in the chat if you're also enjoying this OST. You know, type a 4 if you're enjoying this OST. Because, man, this whole thing has just been fire. I'm just hanging. I don't know about you, because I'm having a nice time. I'm not doing a serious amount of teaching here. I'm just really enjoying this. Now, type a 7 if you're cool with it, that I'm not doing a crazy amount of teaching. I'm just going, listening through, hanging out. Every once in a while, I'm picking something out, dropping some music theory stuff on you. Let me know if that's cool with you. And if you prefer more teaching, go ahead and type more teaching in the chat. We're going to keep on rocking in the free world with Showdown. Okay, really interesting chord progression here. Now, we've heard almost this chord progression previously a whole bunch of times with this OST. We've heard it in the kind of like card dealing, gambling things. It was like a 1, flat 7, flat 6, 5. Only here, there's a critical difference in the third chord we hear in the chord progression. We hear a 1 minor, check. We hear flat 7, check. Here, we go to a flat 3. Oh, how very different then to the 5, which at speed sounds a little bit something like this. All right, let's keep it rock and rolling. Yes, hit the road, Jack, almost. Ah, beautiful. Have you ever sat so long? Your butt hurts. Oh. Ow. Okay, that was too long on a position. Oh, I'm getting old. What a time. Ooh. Interesting. Oh. Man, you know what that reminds me of? That piece reminds me a little bit of and Echo when they cry. Just like the... to the major there, the flat 6, flat 7, 1, but then making our way back to 1 minor. Also, I don't know what it is. There's some cosmic timing that, like, whenever I head into listening to, like, some really, like, emotionally heavy piece in an OST, I'm in the middle of, like, making a joke in the chat or talking about how my butt hurts because I'm sitting in one position for too long. It's like, you cannot write this stuff. Anyway, I apologize if my interruption interfered with your emotional state and enjoyment of the tristesse of the OST. Yeah. Okay. Really cool thing about that OST, about that track, I want to break down for you. So oftentimes, hush. Oftentimes when we hear 1 to 4, like this, 1, 4, 1 is going to be minor 7. 4 is going to be dominant 7, throw in a 9 for good luck. What we heard here was actually the opposite. the 1 was dominant, and then the 4 was minor. What a lovely, really interesting twist. Totally throwing my expectations for a loop for sure on that chord progression. Keep it rocking. Yeah, come on now. All right, some really cool things about this. This is really cool. So we're in the key of F sharp minor. And the first couple chords all have the F sharp note as the lowest note. It's being played in the bass. So we have F sharp minor. Then it goes to A, still F sharp in the bass. Then it goes to B, F sharp still in the bass. Now here's where it changes. It goes to E major with G sharp in the bass. It's kind of a pretzel for the fingers here. Then to 5. C sharp dominant, then back to 1. Really cool stuff. Really cool chord progression. I like that a lot, and I'm not sure that I've heard that chord progression before, and I don't say that every day. And that's not some like highfalutin thing like I've heard everything, but like I've heard a lot of chord progressions, so that's cool. Like when you come across a new pattern, it's like, huh, never thought of that one. That was cool. All right, let's check out this next one. For those of you who requested more teaching, type a 2 if that was satisfactory. Type a 3 if it wasn't. Ah. Sick. Man, you know what? So many of these tracks are on the shorter side, and I like get a minute into them, and I'm like, all right, I can take my eye off the ball, I can relax, this is come back around, and like it totally doesn't. That loop, I mean, that was awesome. That was so cool. I was expecting it to go on like 2 or 3 times longer. Let's keep it going with Build a Bot. Now we're in the key of D major. So let's talk about what a modulation is. A modulation is when you start off in one key and go to another. Well, your next question is going to be, well, Dan, what's a key? A key, in the simplest terms, it's a collection of notes. Remember, we talked about those earlier. We can combine those notes into chords. We talked about that earlier, too. But it's a collection of specific notes, and specific notes that make specific chords. And when we change the group of notes and chords, we find ourselves in a new key. And that journey from one key to another inside of the same piece of music, when we stay in them for extended periods of time, which, you know, is going to depend on how fast the song is going. So there's a lot of nuance here that I'm kind of jumping over. When we stay in them for an extended period of time, we modulate to a new key. And so what we just heard there started off in the key of C major. There's like this tritone substitution to 1 to 2, tritone sub back to 1, and then it started doing like this D7 thing to G7 thing to D to G, this 1-4 thing, and D now felt like 1 instead of being 2, and if you're starting to scratch your head, yeah, basically. All right, let's keep it going. Ooh. I don't know if this is gonna be like at a time with the music, but I'm 100% jamming with this here. Now it's really cool right here. It's implying like we're in the key of D. Seems like we're in the key of D, but really we're not. We're about to end up in the key of A minor. Oh, that delay is too much. See if I can stop myself from hearing it. Nah, that delay's too much. Alright, never mind. Next. Gorgeous. Ooh. Gorgeous. Well, I got the first little bits of that. I got the... Play it without the headphones. Something like that. Something. Let's keep it rocking. So what do we have there? We had something approximating a D major to a B flat major. So we can think about that as being a 1 major to a flat 6 major. And specifically major 7, the first one. Ah, beautiful. Ah, it was gorgeous. That's pulling from some motif. Yeah, waterfall. Wow, that was so cool to see the waterfall motif brought back. And if you didn't recognize waterfall in that, I invite you to go back, listen to waterfall once or twice, and then come back and listen to that. Oh, was it waterfall or ruins? Dubby-da-dugga-dum. Ruins. I apologize. Dubby-da-dugga-dum. I meant ruins. Go back and listen to... I said... When I say waterfall, you hear ruins. Waterfall, ruins. Waterfall, ruins. But yeah, that's awesome stuff. By the way, if you haven't voted in the vote yet, we're about 47 votes away from finishing up this vote and starting another one. I invite you to go ahead and vote in that vote. We're going to keep on rocking, guns blazing. Whoa, hold on. Is waterfall and ruins the same thing? Doopy-da-doo-ga-dum. Stuffy-da-doo-ga-dum. Stuffy-da-doo-ga-dum. That's waterfall and ruins? Okay, no, that's ruins. Is that also waterfall? Alright, we're setting this right now. We're settling this once and for all right now. All right, here's waterfall. Okay, here's ruins. I see, it's like, it's close. That's ruins, though. I could see how you would think. Yeah, that's ruins. Okay, back to it. Alright, I'll play you a version of that riff here. A version of it. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be something. It's going to be something like it. Let's get a little zhuzh on this puppy. A little zhuzh on it. Something like it. Oh, you know what? That wasn't even the sound that I wanted. What sound I wanted? This is the sound I wanted. Here's what I meant to do. Come on now. Something like that, you know? And if you're wondering why I'm taking my headphones off to play the guitar, it's I've got this crazy delay between the guitar sound and my headphones because I'm not using the ideal setup here. So any super chats today are going to go to actually getting me a better audio interface. It's the low ticket one from Universal Audio where I can actually route the audio in real time back to myself so I don't have this echo issue. So if you want to support the channel, put a super chat in there. You can upvote your favorite OST. I've got a whole list, and that's how we're going to rock and roll it. Also, we're ending the poll here. Oh, okay. Best music in Deltarune 3+4, Hammer of Juctus gets 35%. Sanctuary 3 gets 28. Rude Buster gets 25. And the non-existent Sanctuary 4 got 10% of the vote. This one was called The Freedom to be Flawed. And, you know, I've got the privilege of having 450 people here live right now watching this. And I want to say one thing to you. And that is, we are all human. We all have flaws. And I want you to know that it's been my experience and it is my belief that within every one of your flaws, there is love and there is greatness if only you go and look. That's been my experience. And I just want to let you know that you are a beautiful, unique soul. And you are worthy of love. And everything you need is inside you. And there's no limit to what you can do other than the laws of physical reality. And even then, people are pushing the boundaries of physics every day. All you need is inside you now. You got this. Let's keep it going. Yes, sir. Gorgeous. Quick shout out and thank you to J2O Juiced for getting this playlist together. Everyone, please take a moment if you want to. You don't have to. If you don't want to, put your favorite emoji in the chat. Just say thank you to J2O Juiced for getting this playlist together. Don't you quail while we sing the Undertale. Ooh, so spicy ending. Ooh. You know, that reminds me of the children's nursery rhyme as spoken in courtrooms throughout the land. If the gloves don't fit, acquit, acquit, acquit. Let's keep it going. Oh, did we just figure out Flowey was bad? By the way, that is like Super Mario 64. That's either the Bowser fight, Mario 64, or Lethal Lava Land, I believe, is the name of the track in Super Mario 64. Let me know which one it is in the chat, and if you're watching this on demand and you know what I'm talking about, let me know which one it is. It does sound a little bit like Lethal Lava Land, doesn't it? All right. Let's keep it going. That's Flowey, right? There was some jumps in the audio. I'm not sure if that was my connection or if that was the actual OST, but let's keep it rocking. Ooh. I'm getting goosebumps. Now dissonance sneaking in. Whoa. Now, is it called Undertale yellow because the person with the yellow heart, this is the person with the yellow heart that we end up seeing at the end of Undertale? Like all the hearts, the different colored hearts? That reminds me of the fight in Undertale where it's like the eyes and the flower turns into that giant like psychedelic monster thing. Was that what that was? Beautiful. And intriguing. Ooh, that's flowers motif minorized. Oh. So in the same way we talked about how you can reharmonize a melody, you can also take a melody and change it from major to minor. So we have like whatever it is. Right, so that's the major version. Now you can take that same idea, take the same rhythm, you just change the notes. Whatever it is. Right? Whatever. That wasn't very good, but you get the idea. You can still hear the rhythm of the melody. You can still hear it's related to it, but it's different notes. Ah. Right. Flowey again. Different notes. Almost the same melody. Melody, yeah, rhythm adjacent. Type a 5 in the chat if you can hear how that rhythm is similar. Dump dubba dun 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 dun. You get it? It's a rhythm motif, and then it's being changed. There's different ways of changing the notes. Type of 5 if you can hear that connection there. Fantastic. Type of 3 if you couldn't hear it. If you couldn't hear it, don't worry. It just takes a little practice. This is insane. I have no idea what's happening. No idea what's going on. That's a beautiful Japanese style melody right there. And there's one thing right here I really liked. What was it? Yeah. The dot giver just hacked the Matrix. Keep it going! Faster! Faster! More! More! Okay, back to... Okay. Oh, that was fun. Thank you, Dot Giver. That was great. That was spooky. Oh man, that was sick. That was insane. And the only way we can make the stream more insane is, I'm telling you, we're running a poll right now in the chat. Everyone who's live, I'm going to leave this up for just a couple more moments here. If you vote option 3, however many votes we get on option 3, I'm going to donate 10 cents to charity. It's a charity called Music Will. It brings music education to millions of students, and these are kids who normally wouldn't get the opportunity to get music lessons. They wouldn't normally get the opportunity to get instruments. I was so fortunate growing up. My parents bought me instruments and lessons, and so many kids don't have that. So I'm going to give 10 cents to that charity for everyone who votes number 3, and we're going to end the poll after this next piece of music. So if you haven't voted, vote now, and then we'll do a donation at the end. Dead surfing. We're up to like $20. We're up to at least $25 now. All right. We're going to end the poll now. Okay. We have someone. Can you run the math for me real quick? What's 57% of 390? Let's see. Percentage calculator, my dear friend. Okay. What is 57% of 393? All right, that's going to be $22.40. We're going to be donating at the end of the stream. Give yourselves a round of applause and a pat on the back. That's going to buy at least 2 ukuleles for some kids or something. That will actually make a difference. That'll be a couple music lessons or like a couple instruments. Awesome, guys. Congratulations. Well done. We did it. That's going to be huge. Make sure you hang out to the end of the stream. So I'll actually do a screen share. I won't show you when I input my payment information, but we'll actually show you the thank you page and everything. And we're going to donate, Best Music Coach is going to donate $22.40. I'm going to write that down now so I don't forget the number by the time we get there. All right. Awesome. Cool, guys. That was fun. All right. This one up next is called Tucked In. Yeah, you can get a ukulele for like $11. Yeah. If you buy them in bulk. Absolutely. I already did this one? Great. Next. All right, that was so much fun. We're going in for round 2. Here's your options. You can vote for, I will give everyone live here right now, I will give you a free music book. I've written like 10 music books. I'll give you a free digital copy. Or you vote for option number 2. I'm going to do 10 cents more to charity. We're going to leave this up for this piece of music and the next piece of music. That's 7 minutes. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Alright guys, this is your last chance if you haven't voted. I'm giving 10 cents to charity for every person who votes option number 2. Or you can vote option number 1. I will also give you a free book. I'm a man of my word. Ruins. Yes. You have 1 minute left to vote. Ah, gorgeous. It's like a motif soup. You have 5 seconds left to vote. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's us. All right, congratulations, guys. Let's run the numbers, and then I'm going to pop up a screen share while we listen to the rest of these here. All right, 83% of 439. 83% of 439 is 3643. Okay, and if we add that to the 22 from earlier, thanks, Mikhail Mansbridge. Also, thank you for being a best supporters ever for 22 months. Wow. It's great to have you. Okay, let's see. 22.4 plus 36.43 equals 58. Congratulations, guys. 58.83. We just did. You absolutely can, Chess Pizza Plays. This may crash OBS. I'll be right back if it does. There you go, chat. Congratulations, everyone! Round of applause, clap emojis. Thank you, Chess Pizza Plays. Appreciate your generous super chat there. Ah, absolute fire. Absolute fire. By the way, yeah, Master Sword, you the guest. That would be, yeah, that'd be so cool. Master Sword, now that you're here, I just want to pay you a compliment. We've been talking about it for, how long been live? Almost 4 hours now. We've been talking about the level of quality and love that went into this OST, and like, yeah, you know, I wouldn't expect you to go back and watch the whole thing, but like, I've just been talking about how awesome a job y'all did with this, and like, it's high level. And someone was like, talking about like, is it B tiers? I was like, I don't know about A, B, C. Like, for me, this is A music. This is absolutely awesome, and I just wanted to pay you that compliment from the heart. Huge respect to you. Huge respect. And yeah, hit me up at Music Mentor Dan, and let's hook it up. Yeah, let's hook it up. Okay. Or I'll hit you up. Whatever. Okay. Where was I? Running a live stream. Okay. I think I got a self-conscious now, Master Sword is here. I'm like digging someone's music in front of him. That's okay, I'll get over it. I'm over it now. Yes, sir. Alright, hang on a second. I want to grab that guitar solo real quick. Well, I'll get to the first little bit of it. Ah, whatever. Wow. Playing it in bits and pieces. That's fun, though. Thanks, Basco. Basco is another composer. Yo, let's have a hang. Let's have a hang. Okay, let's keep it going. So again, not another chord progression that you don't hear every day. It was like to C to F. Okay, fine. Then it was like to like E flat or something. That was nutso. Yeah, we'll forget about the second ending for now. Yeah, E flat. Yeah, like, so cool. Yeah, take the headphones off. So cool. Let's keep it going. Wow, so much cool stuff going on in there, and I'm gonna be paraphrasing here. Yeah, this is a paraphrase. Another original riff. Again, I'm pointing to so many things in this OST like I've never heard before, and this is so cool. All right, let's keep on rocking in the free world. Hey, Big Burn, shout out, thank you. Shout out to Spasco, thank you. Oh! Oh, we're gonna go back and figure that out if it doesn't come back again. I do that one more time. Ugh. Oh. That's all it is. And how to play it. Alright. It's kind of a tongue twister. Mama. What was the last two notes there? Oh, no, it's more to it than that. Yeah, but that's a really cool lick. Cool stuff. Oh, there it is. Alright. Something like that. Alright, let's keep it rocking. Oh, I love the panning. Oh. Gorgeous. You know, I know we have the composers in stream, so I feel a little awkward talking over someone's music. I just want to say thank you all so much for joining me on the stream. We donated $58.83 to charity to help kids get instruments, create music. We had the devs show up, composers show up. Y'all showed up. This was so cool. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to do this with you. Thank you. And it's all an honest day's work, huh? Thank you all so much for coming out today. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for giving me the privilege of being able to be here and share this moment with you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, the truly beautiful thing is, it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter where you were born. It does not matter your current circumstance. Music brings all of us together. And I'm just so stinking grateful to have been able to spend this time with you today. And yeah. Thank you. Because I couldn't do this without you. You couldn't do this without me. We do it together. Thank you. Thank you. All right, homies. Let's read some super chats and call it a day, shall we? Okay. Wordman202 says an Undertale fan game, 9 years in the making, turned out incredible, music included. Agreed on the music. Haven't played the game. Music is exceptional. If you can only be bothered to play one fan game, this would be it. Please put this towards Banjo-Kazooie. You got it. Matthew Banky says Undertale Yellow has a different vibe from Undertale and Deltarune, but it's really good. Agreed. Put this towards Zelda Link's Awakening on Game Boy Color. You got it, Matthew Banky. Kel says, hey, my first time catching a stream. You should give the Amori OST listen a little lengthy, but 100% worth it if you enjoyed Undertale, Delta Ruins music. I got news for you. Good news for you. We have a 3 or 4 part. Master Sword, shout out. Shout out, Master Sword. I'll shoot you a thing on somewhere. We'll connect. Thank you. Thanks for showing up. Thank you for literally... Thank you for making this day. You know, the fact that everybody showed up, by the way, makes this day so special. The fact that you showed up makes it special. And you, I'm talking to you. No, don't look at you. Don't look at everyone and say, I'm talking to you. You know who you are. It's you. Thank you for showing up. But like, to have developers, composers show up too for what I'm going to call a celebration of, man, if you've never created one piece of music or multiple pieces of music, you might not know the level of focus and effort and work that it takes. And the fact that we just get here, we get to sit here and just enjoy that work. That's magic. That's true magic. It's such a blessing to do. Such a blessing. So, thank you to Master Sword. I gave a shout out. I'm sorry, Master Sword's the only one who's got the name that's highlighted there. I'm so sorry, guys. I saw the name once, and it was like 30 minutes ago. I apologize. That's on me. And they both gave me super chats, too. Oh, I can check in the super chats. Duh! Spasco Fizburn. Figburn, excuse me. I know how English works. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Like, the vision and the effort it takes to pull something off like this, huge respect. Huge respect. Yeah. Okay. Where was I? And please forgive me for being rude and forgetting your name. I'm in the middle of the stream. My body's full of chemicals. I've been doing this for... I mean, full of chemicals is in, like, naturally produced, like, chemicals. Not like on drugs. I'm just saying, like, adrenaline and whatnot. And I've been doing this for, like, 4.5 hours, so I'm a little brain dead. And I was a little brain dead before the stream started. Ask anyone. With the memory of a goldfish. Anyway. Yeah. No, I mean adrenaline. I mean adrenaline. Okay. And that's how tired I am. I don't even know how to talk. Okay. Miguel says, first time catching a stream. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You should give the Amorios... Yeah, okay, we did that one. Potato Bear says, hey, Dan, thanks for doing what you do. Thanks for time at the end. Unused version of certain tracks. Worth listening to. I love you so much. I'm done. My bedtime is in 40 minutes, and I've got to go chill myself out so I can fall asleep. Rated Knight says, can we put this towards Cuphead OST? Absolutely, Rated Knight. Thank you. Chat, y'all are silly. Okay. Malt Realm. Have you ever listened to the man on the internet lyrical object? I have done. What time is it for me? It is 6:21 p.m. Eastern. My bedtime is 7 p.m. 7. I wake up at 4:30. But like, because my body's so hot right now, like physiologically warm and my heart rate's elevated and I've still got like the adrenaline of doing this whole thing, like I will probably not fall asleep for at least another 90 minutes or so, even with like meditations and stuff. Okay. Vieg said, love your OC reactions. Would love to hear you check out specifically the PS1 version of the Megami Iban Roku Persona Revelations Persona OST sometime. Rubberman 202, I'm not reading that, but yeah, Splatoon, you got it. Slobby says each of the specimen tracks play in between Afterlife. And Lewis G Man 2002, cool shades, bro. Says, love your analysis on music, love your content, keep up the good work. This donation goes toward a game OST I want you to react to. Metaphor, Riff Fantasio. Chess Pizza Play says, wait, how do you done it? Oh, wait a minute. And there's more to that story. Chris says, was looking forward to the stream. I'm glad you finally gave me, bro. Dan needs to sleep, homie. I'm glad you finally gave this game a listen. Thank you, and keep it rocking. He says this is the Undertale OST stream of all time. I appreciate you. Hope everything's well with you in Canada. Mikael Mansbridge, best supporters ever. Member for 22 months. Shout out to Mikael Mansbridge. Thank you for your support for this channel. Mikael says, always happy to be part of Dan's streaming journey. You've exposed your audience to so many genres of music, broken them down for the musically inclined, and let fans relive their emotions. Master Sword Remix, boom, super chatted. Didn't just say hi, actually super chatted. Thanks, Master Sword Remix, and thanks for listening to our OST. Much love, with a yellow heart. Thanks, Master Sword Remix. That's special. I want to screenshot that. I'm screenshotting that. Actually, do I have my phone? Not on my phone in here. I'm gonna say I do a journal entry every day. This is one for the journal entry. This is so cool. All right, everyone, smile for the journal entry. I'm waiting for the stream to catch up with the smile. There he is. Okay. Oh, and Spascum. Okay, I gotta get one with everyone. That's so cool. Oh my gosh, that is going in the journal. That is going in the journal. Oh, that is so cool. What a moment. All right, smile for the journal. Smile. It's good. I'm gonna smile for like 10 seconds here. Got it. Ah, that's so cool. All right. Spasco, give a shout out. Figburn, give a shout out. Thank you, guys. Mr. Potato, give a shout out. Thank you, Mr. Potato. Dark World Central says bravo to the Undertale Yellow team. All right, you guys. Hang on a second. Where'd that 100 go? Well, I've got it over here. Chess Pizza Plays says, I humbly request, don't starve together. You got it, Chess Pizza Plays. Chess Pizza Plays, thank you very much for your generous super chat. I appreciate you. Guys, we did it. We donated $58.83 to kids in need of instruments and music lessons. That's so cool. And we also got the devs to come by and hang. We had some great super chats. Let's see. Where are we at? 10, 25, 75, 80, 85, 95, 102, 100 and call it 10, 110, 120, 121, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 80. All right, we did 280. Guys, we are... Oh, no, we did 180. Guys, for me to go get a new interface to bring you better streams, I need $120 to go do that. If you would like to super chat now, for the next stream, I will have a better audio interface. I will play more. It'll be so much better. It'll be 120. If anyone wants to go ahead and match that or just crush it all, I'm going to leave this live for another 1 minute. See if someone wants to push that over the edge. Oh, ow. And you're saying, Dan, you just did minus 58.83 to charity. I know, but that that was fun. That was fun. Okay. "28 seconds. All right. Looks like we missed it today. That's okay. We'll be back. 2, 1, and that's us. All right, thank you guys so much for a beautiful stream. Take care. Bye.